Hello, Slayers. How are we doing on this fine Tuesday? Well, it's Tuesday for me, at least. Hello, everybody. Why is my camera angled so goddamn high? Hello, hi. Just hope for you. Welcome. Jesse, welcome. How are y'all doing? How's it going? Happy Shiwake Week. I did see it's Shiwake Week on Twitter, so we get some fun new fan art this week. Exciting. Happy Taco Tuesday. Yes, if you're having tacos. I had a turkey burger, so for me it was Turkey Burger Tuesday. It is Tuesday. For a second I thought it was Wednesday. I don't know time and days. They are things. But yeah, it's a pretty casual day. I had a voice lesson, ran some errands. Pretty average. Pretty average Tuesday. Yeah. Did a little bit of 14 today. I didn't do everything. I did my allied tribes today. My society quests, and I did some roulettes. I feel like I'm trying to slow down my warrior leveling. Asha, welcome. How are you doing? I hit level 88 in warrior. I'm close to being able to tank current content with warrior. Although current would be anything in Dawn Trail, right? So I guess not that technically, but I almost have a level 90 tank, which feels insane. So I kinda maybe should focus on some other jobs because one, I'd have to get level 90 tanking gear, which is just more space in my inventory that's filled up. And two, a little still, I don't know. That's kind of the main thing. I just want to, yeah, I need to clear out inventory space. You went to the thrift with your friends today? Oh my god, that's so exciting! Did you get anything good? Just came back from the movies. We'll go to bed. Ooh, what did you see? I hope it was good. I hope you had a fun time. I've been to the movies in a very long time. It's always fun to go, but I think the last thing that I saw was Barbie. It's been a year since I've been at the movies, which feels wild. Every time I would go to the movies in the past, I'd be like, oh, you're watching a Blue Lock. Oh, wait, there's Blue Lock in movie theaters? I didn't know that. That's so cool. Yeah, I think my first time going to the movies after the pandemic began was to see Jujutsu Kaisen 0. And are they doing the Demon Slayer movies, the new ones coming up? Are they putting those in theaters? Because I still need to watch the newest season. I read the whole manga, but I have not watched the most recent season. I am watching a little more Nana though. I watched a little bit more Nana. I'm like 15 episodes in now or something like that. 14 or 15. Yeah. You got leggings, a Hawaiian shirt, and a plain black top. Nice. The AMC theaters have joined Studio Ghibli films. Ooh, that's exciting. At least you're in Germany because you wanted to treat yourself. That's awesome. I love that. I've never watched Blue Lock. Everything I see of it, I've seen people like post like not screen caps, like manga panels of like the characters basically going Super Saiyan, and they're like, this is a manga about soccer. It's like, it's very intense. But isn't that how all sports anime and manga are? They're very over dramatized, but in a good way, in a fun way. I need to watch more Haikyuu. My mom keeps telling me that we need to watch more Haikyuu together because we were watching it together. We watched seasons 1 and 2. And I think the English dub of season 3 is only available on HiDive, and I don't want to pay for that. So I need to find another method of getting the English dub to watch because my mom prefers to watch in dub. So I need to find a way to do that so we can keep watching because she really liked it. It's about being better than everyone instead of friendship. Oh my god, that's wild. So it's just drama, but I can take it in small doses. That's fair. But yeah, usually sports anime is all about like teamwork and friendship and everything. But if it's all about that, good lord, that sounds very different. And honestly quite interesting for the genre. Not that I'm like a sports anime expert or anything. I mean, the only sports anime I've watched, I think the first one I watched was Free. Free, back in 2013 when that was going around. You know, make us free, na splash, da da da. And then Haikyuu. I watched season 1 of Haikyuu back in 2014 when it was airing. I don't know, I think all of these like shows and stuff that I experienced on Tumblr in like 2013, they kind of made a comeback in 2020. Like Danganronpa. Attack on Titan, Haikyuu. Everybody got like all into those in 2020. I guess because, you know, we needed things to do during lockdown. But I was like, how these things are making a comeback. I was in like the original time of these. Like, I watched the first seasons of those as they aired. I read the Something Awful forums to learn about Danganronpa. And now people are experiencing them like for the first time, like all new again. It's making a comeback. The first one was Haikyuu. We watched it during lockdown. Haikyuu is really good. I know it's a comfort anime for a lot of people. And it was really fun rewatching it with my mom. Because I watched the first 2 or 3 seasons as they were airing. I got like partway into season 4 and then kind of lost track of it. But I can watch it with my mom if we can find a way to watch the dub. But yeah. But yeah, Free was a fun one. Free's an experience. And 50% off as well. I don't know if I've ever actually watched a full episode of 50% off, but I know there's a bunch of like bits from it that were like famous TikTok audios like years ago. But like with all the Harus in his mind and everything, and then Thug Nagisa. You should find it in streaming in Discord. Oh yeah, we could do a watch party, yeah? Your comfort anime is Life Lessons with Oramichi Oni-san. Oh my god, I keep meaning to watch that. That looks so funny. I've seen a few clips of that and it looks really funny. Yeah, I think my comfort anime would probably be Skate the Infinity. It's been 3.5 years. I'm still waiting. The last thing we got was a visual for the OVA in like January of this year. We want more. Please watch it so I can talk about it. Oh my god, yes, I have to. Yeah, it looks really funny. Since I'm watching things again. Yeah, I'm enjoying Nana a lot right now. I know people experience a lot of pain watching Nana, and I get it already. Because yeah, it's... it kind of makes me want to pull my hair out sometimes, but I think it's nice to watch a show with like characters in like the same stage of life as me, you know? Not that there's anything wrong with like YA stuff or anything, but you know, like young adulthood. I want more stories about that. I mean to read Nana, I've heard things. I should read it as well, but I'm enjoying it a lot so far, but I'm prepared for suffering. Yeah, already I'm like feeling like it's yeah. The Life Lessons characters in the same place as me is life too sad. Oh no. Man, that's valid, but yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about Skate earlier today. I just miss it. I want to go back to the time in my life when I was watching Skate with a friend for the first time. It was so great. I miss them so much. I want to watch Skate for the first time again. Just everything about that show made me so happy, and just, well, I guess maybe saying everything about it made me happy is not the right thing to say. Skate, you miss Skate too? 5 out of 10, nobody kissed at the end, true, yeah. They literally almost did it Yuri on Ice at the end. Like, I was literally getting the Yuri on Ice flashbacks in that one scene in the last episode, and I was like, yo, come on, you're this close. They did fake us out. Oh, brother. Yeah. Man, I miss it. I need it back very much. Man. Anyways, should we do some lawyering? Because things are getting very juicy. It's Sumi's work, and she did do Free Banana Fish. Oh yeah, she did Banana Fish. That's right. I forgot about that. I remember. I wasn't watching Skate as it was airing. I started watching it a few months after the last episode aired, and I know people were scared. They're like she did Banana Fish. How is this show gonna go? I'm scared. Cause good lord, I don't know how people can watch Banana Fish multiple times. I watched it once, and I'm like, never again. I refuse to watch Banana Fish. Totally valid. And honestly, like, I went into it not knowing anything, and like, you gotta give content warnings if you recommend that show. There is some very heavy and sensitive material very early on in the show. It like caught me off guard. I was like, oh my god. Oh boy. Yeah, I just felt dead inside watching it, honestly. I'm not gonna put myself through that again. It was a good show, but I'm not gonna put myself through that again. It was just too much. Man. But yeah, Free and Banana Fish, they're 2 wildly different shows. That is range. Yeah, content warnings are very important for stuff like that, because, yeah, even though, like, some of the things in that were not triggering to me specifically, even knowing that, back in the days where trigger warnings didn't exist, yeah. Like, I think it would have been nice to know ahead of time what I was getting into. I mean, it just was, it was a little bit shocking, but it didn't make it unwatchable for me. And it was handled with sensitivity, at least from my perspective. Yeah, those were not the days, yeah. Oh, brother. It's rough out there. Anyways, should we do some lawyering now? Or, Free's a lot about depression as well. Oh yeah, it has been a minute since I've watched it, so I guess I kind of forgot about that aspect of it. It's more on the lighter side, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get the game booted up. We can keep on chatting as we do some lawyering.
Life Lessons has some heavier topics, but it was like, haha, funny in the sense that it takes one to know one. Okay. I can get behind shows like that. You know, where it's like, oh, it's funny, but it's painful because it's relatable, but oh, we can laugh about it. Like that kind of stuff. Alrighty, game show up, please. Game show up, please. Game show up, please. Hello, game. Why is game not showing up?
Hello? Game. Where are you? Why is game not showing up on stream? What the hell?
Oh, wait. I was on my web browser page on OBS. I was not on my gaming scene on OBS. I'm so dumb. Anyways. Bichette, welcome. How are you doing? How's it going? I know how to use OBS, I swear. Anyways, we're doing an illegitimate trial, or like a not illegitimate, but an unofficial trial to somehow stop an execution. And if it's unofficial, how is that gonna work? I don't get it. Maybe we can prove this. Maybe, hold on. Maybe we reenact this trial, and then tomorrow, when we're in the real trial, we present this evidence and everything, you know? Clonko rise up against the humans. Yeah, we had a robot staging. Simon's about to be executed. Athena's been arrested. And she thinks she may have killed her mother 7 years ago. I still don't know who did it now, because I was suspecting Aura to be behind everything. Like, she was kind of the most suspicious figure, but it seems like she really loved Athena's mom. So, like, why would she kill her, you know? So, honestly, I have no idea what to think here. I have no idea what happened. Anyways, oh yeah, Pearly's back. But yeah, we're gonna reenact the trial 7 years ago, where Athena was a witness who testified on Simon's behalf, but it didn't work, and he went to jail for a crime he didn't commit, and he's covering for somebody. Or maybe it is Aura, I don't know. He's covering for somebody. He keeps insisting that he did it. And I don't know. You played this place recently, it's really gonna get me. Ah! I have fear. But we have Pearly back.
I did a little research. I looked into those special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick.
Oh yeah, the black ones. That's great, I really appreciate it. Where were you a year ago when Kristoff had them?
A red psyche lock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out.
Yep. That's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos.
But a black psyche lock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that person isn't even consciously aware of.
So what was Kristoff hiding then? Now let's think about this. Something that he wasn't even aware of? What? Something relating to... Maybe it has something to do with whatever made him snap, and I don't know if snapping is the right word, but made him decide to ruin Phoenix and Zach Gramarie's life solely because Zach chose a Phoenix as an attorney over him. I don't know what... Kristoff has put so much effort hiding his true self as he values reputation and public appearance above everything. Oh, that's a good point too. Maybe sometimes he isn't even aware of how like cold and manipulative he is being, mayhaps. Interesting. Huh. It's all about fooling himself in addition to others, I guess. Ah, I see. Anyways, so even they don't know it's there.
Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
Okay, so all I have to do is break the psyche box. He'll tried to bury it to the point where he didn't even know why he got Phoenix disbarred in the first place. That is so fucked up. Oh my god. That is actually... Men will literally get somebody disbarred and then consciously forget about it instead of going to therapy. Wow, that's really sad. Now I just pity Kristoff, because what a sad, pathetic man. Okay, so all I have to do is break the psyche box.
According to my research, a black psyche lock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul.
In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Oh, okay, so instead of hurting us when we get things wrong, it hurts the person with the locks. Oh my god, hey Streams, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks for being here. How are you doing? I'm a hater through and through. You're so valid for that. Kristoff is a bitch. I pity him, but he's a bitch. Rose, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden.
All right. But will you be all right by yourself, Mr. Nick?
I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all my focus and strength. Let's go, baby. First trial back. Well, he did just get his badge back, right? Well, it's not even a real trial, but the husbands are back, yes. I do feel like at this point, it makes sense for them to at least be engaged, if not married. Definitely married by the 6th game. I don't know. Did they get engaged during Phoenix's disbarment? Or did Phoenix propose once he got his badge back? That's what I'm wondering. I don't know.
And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back.
No, Pearls! No, that's not it. I just meant I could relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. And you don't have to witness whatever the fuck we're gonna say to each other, because it's not for children's ears. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls.
All right. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick.
Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Should we have a counter every time they say 7 years ago? We had one for a Grade Ace attorney whenever they said 10 years ago. I just think after 35, Phoenix proposed, they had a nice quiet ceremony. Aw, that's also really sweet. Aw. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There were even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off, and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Oh my... The judge is still here! The judge went back to this chair. Is he doing this bona fide? Is bona fide judging a thing? I know it's like a... Not bona fide. Pro bono! I can't do words. I'm thinking of pro bono, not bona fide. I'm so dumb. Pro bono judge, is that a thing? Did he just have nothing to do this afternoon? Okay. Take a shot every time they say 7 years ago or some derivative. Don't. Yeah. Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Please try not to upset Miss Blackquill. I'm begging you. Oh, the courtroom is in shambles. He's getting commission on this one, that's why he's here. Okay. Oh, he's also... Maybe he just wanted to see the return of Wright versus Edgeworth. Because, I mean, I'd pay to see this. I would pay to sit in a bombed courtroom to watch them go back and forth like this for the first time in however many years. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. There he goes. Right off the bat. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What did you say? Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to his honor? Edgeworth does not give a fuck. You've seen the way he speaks to witnesses, Phoenix. You know that he does not give a single shit. He will gladly piss off the witnesses. Fuck this guy, just say the circus line. You are not a clown. You are the entire circus. I want to think that they put a reference to that intentionally in The Great Ace Attorney. Because a prosecutor in The Great Ace Attorney says something very, very similar to that. And I want to believe that they knew about the meme when they localized the game and put it in there. That's what I want to believe. I hope it's true. They have to know. I refuse to think they did it. I hope so. I mean, I know for a fact that whoever runs the Ace Attorney Twitter account has seen the Molars pic many a time, so I'm sure they know. However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. Oh yeah, you don't know the Molars pic? Asha, you don't know the Molars pic? Okay. Hey, best friend, let's see those molars. Hold on. I gotta find the proper one. Man. Okay, hold on. Oh, you know the one. Okay, you do know it. The molars pic. Hey, best friend, let's see those molars. But yeah, that's the one. I was trying to find the one that had the text and I couldn't find it. But yeah. That case ushered in this odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today, precisely, the darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. Who are the attorneys on that case? Who were the prosecutor and defense attorney then? I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackquill has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Does he think Athena did it? Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes! No way, here it comes. I'm sorry, right? But the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree. Damn. Oh my god, anime already.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have.
Okay.
For that is a part of my creed.
Oh my god, and they get the anime face-off? I love it.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready.
Stop flirting. I love that they get a little
Court
anime.
is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
Stop. They got a whole ass anime intro for their first time going against each other in like 9 years, I want to say. Damn, it's this immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. Zero subtlety. The most heterosexual game ever. This is supposed to be straight, is it though? Because yeah. There's immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. No time has passed at all. It's like we were born to be against each other in court. It's my duty to... Oh, the glasses are off, and oh god. I know those are deep-set eyes, but it looks like eye bags, which also makes sense for him. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackquill of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. I truly have no idea at this point. I don't know. Do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. A spy. It was the clown. It was the clown in, what's his name's room.
Oh my god! Welcome, readers! Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, everybody. Welcome.
My name is Angie. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the follow. Let me get you a proper shout out. Welcome. My name is Angie. Hold on. Let me do this properly. Oh, thank you so much for the follows, y'all. My name is Angie. My pronouns are she, they. I play a lot of RPGs and visual novels and story games. And right now we are playing some Ace Attorney Apollo Justice Trilogy. We are on the final case of Dual Destinies, which is the second game in the trilogy, 5th game overall. So if you need to like raid and run or like head out for spoilers or anything, please do that. But yeah, thanks again for the raid. I hope you're doing well. Alrighty. But yeah, again, if we are in the last case of Dual Destinies, so again, if you need to look away or head out because of spoilers, feel free to do that. But thanks again. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice. I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. Oh, he's so proud of that. Aw. In all the trials I have ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Psst, damn. Of course, you're right. I was just joking, just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. He just wanted to be a part of it. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. Sorry. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Meta Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. He's happy to be included, and he's the one that makes the verdict, yeah. I guess a lot of the time he probably does just feel like an observer, which he kind of acts just like an observer, you know? Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime. Are we gonna actually watch this footage? Very incriminating evidence indeed. It should appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness. Man, my voice was doing great, and then I started drinking an iced cold beverage, which is not good for the vocal cords. Excuse me, but it's Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. What you drinking?
Iced coffee.
Man, I'm definitely not going to be able to sleep tonight, but it is what it is. As skilled as ever as playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway? Bobbert. You investigated the case 7 years ago? Bobby Forbright's a name, in justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak with the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy, what with confining and threatening the hostages and all. doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Oh yeah, he needs a black quill to like hold him on a tight leash. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackquill has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackquill's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Can you put on the horns if you're supposed to be Aura? Or like, put, not the horns, like the Clonko horns or something. Or like, do your hair up like this. Do your hair up in horns, please. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackquill's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackquill used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. Well, whoever set off these bombs or whatever is what I'm guessing is like a picture of bomb stuff. I don't know where it was, but there was a picture of a moon rock in the disassembled bomb parts, so yeah. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. Abaddon, hello, how are you doing? Thanks for being here. And that camera captured the footage of Blackquill leaving the scene with the case. Okay, this is our footage. Aura blames Athena for her little brother getting arrested and her girlfriend getting killed. Yeah! That's so sad, especially because she was just a child at the time. How are you doing, Abaddon? I'm doing quite alright. We're just, retrying something from 7 years ago, and Phoenix and Edgeworth are going up against each other for the first time since the finale of Justice for All. I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. Scenes fire, indeed. And they got a whole anime intro at the beginning of this case. No one does it like them. What is it? Update? Yeah. Yeah. The only person to pass through the scene of the crime. Okay. And that case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant, Athena Sykes, found? Was she in the case? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackquill most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. They haven't kissed yet, but I'm holding out hope. I've played this case like 4 times. It doesn't happen. You're so real for that. And there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi. And that is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena. Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Is he gonna say Athena felt like just a test subject for her mother and was spiteful? Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments. Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Ah! Damn. Bobby has his ankles out, I just noticed. Order in the court! What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. How is he supposed to elaborate when I press if he's just reading, like, the exact kind of thing here? I don't know. We'll see. Or is her robot gonna elaborate? So, Prosecutor Blackwell willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else. Yes, that is precisely what Miss Blackwell appears to believe. Ankles out, I know, the audacity, slut! Hi, Wasted, how are you doing? And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright. But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. I know, it's so disgusting. Put those things away, Bobby. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine. I expected no less. I tried to take a screenshot and I caught him mid-blink, but you know what? It looks funnier mid-blink. Oh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating. Oh, he is here for the drama. I'm only reading notes here, but yeah. I feel extra invigorated too. So let's keep going. Can you, like, put on, like, a ratty green coat, you know, for old time's sake? Someone else at the scene was there at the same time Simon did murder. But that's just speculation.
Objection!
Oh my god, new Miles objection. No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claims.
Objection!
It's the pride in the air, exactly. It's not just the smoke and debris, it's the pride. Then why didn't you say so in the first place? Hey, so many screenshots I have. Honestly, I don't have very many from this game so far. I really only take screenshots of, like, funny moments that are, like, out of context. I have a lot of screenshots from Trials and Tribulations. There were a lot of out of context moments from that case. Not that case, that game.
Objection!
You're the one who screamed, "Hold it!" and cut me off. Here they go! They're bickering. Let's go. We're so back. We're so back. Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit. Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. No, they really love each other. Bobby ships it. He knows. If he was really out to steal the moon rock, then why the rolling case? This rolling case? I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it. What was absent when the crime scene photos were taken? Yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has? And what's that conclusion? You're the one with her notes! Yeah, buddy. Oh, right. Of course. I'm reading them now. So, why the rolling case? Using it to hide someone inside. And how do you propose he hid a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten that we just saw such a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show, she fit a grown person. They went to Trucy's show together? That's so sweet! Aww! We saw such a thing just the other day. Aww! I love, like, Miles is her dad. True, he is her dad. Oh yeah. Way to ruin the memory of a good day. Aww. Look at them. They have their own little inside jokes and stories together, and like nobody else knows what's happening. I love this for them so much. A magic show. I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time. I promise. So wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Yeah, I know. I'm not too overwhelmed by the homosexuality in the courtroom right now. Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide someone.
Hold it!
But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In last case, we saw a grown woman stuffed into a guitar case, so it's possible to fold somebody up into a little ball to like fit them in there, you know? In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move the moon rock. It was a big guitar. Okay, fair.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Oh my god, I just noticed his glasses hanging off there. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Can I? I'm overwhelmed by the homosexuality. Okay, I'll add it. All right. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through? What could... I mean, we gotta. That's the Phoenix Wright modus operandi. Oh my god, what the hell? Yuka, hello. I just got in chat. Why is the courtroom exploded? A bomb went off. And they haven't rebuilt it yet. A bomb went off in the first case of this game, and now we're in real time. Cases 2, 3, and 3 were like flashbacks. Case 4 brings us up to real time, and then a bomb goes off. And we're doing a unofficial trial to revisit a case from 7 years ago, and the only available courtroom was the one that was in shambles. Yeah, the beat went off. Man. Oh yeah, the bomb. We gotta do it, baby. Edgeworth is gonna call me out on this right away. I just know it. He knows how Phoenix works. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. Just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. We just didn't see the damage until now. I mean, we saw parts of it, but we haven't been back here since it happened. Someone left a microwave for 24 hours and it blew up the courtroom. Authorities only found a cold hot pocket in the remains. Damn. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, I mean, that would be the sword, right? No, the katana wasn't on that part of the, yeah. It was on the other, yeah. Moonrock was stolen, Hope capsule, blah, rolling cases, Victim's body on the table, katana, victim's staff jacket, and a cart were found nearby. Katana's there. Wait, hold on. After he left. Okay. I mean, okay. Compare it after he left. I mean, the sword is still there. Which is interesting. He didn't take the sword with him, apparently. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? Alright. Let's see. Hold on. What did he take with him? They were taken by the first person to discover the body. Okay. The sword is there. So he wasn't taking the sword with him. Something that should be there. That isn't. Fuck. Hold on. Is it just the case then? Huh. Okay. Ah, it's the big case. Well, we know he took the big case. So, this is probably gonna be, like, utter bullshit. I mean, we know he took the big case, so... We're gonna be like, he took the big case! Yes, we know that!
Take that!
Yeah! Yeah. I'm afraid I never heard mention of that being removed from the crime scene. Saw straight through that. Tell me you have something more substantial than that, right? Well, I suppose something more substantial for him, a penalty. Damn it. Okay. Okay, on the card, maybe the arm or the screwdriver? The arm and the screwdriver. I'm gonna go with the arm.
That!
Please note that there is a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see that in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Hey, don't say that. Athena wrapped it in bandages and drew on it. I don't think Simon would like you calling that junk either. Yeah. Do you want me to tell Simon that you said that? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which... What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part, doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and a robot arm. Was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe. I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like this one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. Did the robot do the murder? What if the robot did the murder? What if there's no spy and it's just a robot that went haywire and the robot committed matricide or whatever, matricide? It wasn't Athena that killed her mom, it was the robot that killed its mom. What? Oh my god, he's on a little box. That's so cute.
Objection!
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. I have proof that it's a robot arm. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is. I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. He is. Yeah. Matricide! Oh, is that how it's actually pronounced? Matricide? When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Aw, no longer comrades. No, Phoenix still doesn't know how to use a smartphone in this day and age, I'm sure. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines, damn. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. It's the frickin' this, right? Yeah. The photo.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Pongo. But take a look at Pongo's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up. Did Pongo do it? Pongo, my sweet Pongo. Did Pongo kill her mom? Oh no. Did Pongo kill Dr. Sykes and then Simon did a in return to kill Pongo for doing that? She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. That's what Athena did. Aw. Pongo would never. I mean, it's not impossible, right? The robot art at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Pongo. Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I concede that the robot is about the same size as a child. but it cannot grab its knee and curl itself up into a ball. But it can be disassembled, right? Even if it was the largest of cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. Is the Steel Samurai a robot? That just occurred to me. Lore-wise, in the show, the Steel Samurai is a robot, correct? It's not like a man in a suit or like an android or something. Oh, he is a guy. Oh, he is a guy just wearing like a steel suit. Okay, I was gonna say, because he would know about like robots in that case, but okay. The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. They got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit in the case by... I'm gonna say dismantling. Just to be safe. Because we know it can be dismantled. Yeah. Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. Part of me wants to get some wrong answers just to see Miles Edgeworth be a snarky bitch, but it appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
Sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there. Yeah, we're not gonna crush up Ponko into a compact little ball. Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't down on the table? What if a katana was used instead? And that's what traumatized Athena, watching Simon hack away at Ponko. Not just finding her mom's dead body, but watching Simon just chop up Ponko, who she so lovingly bandaged up, undoing all of her hard work. Wow. You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Also, does Ponko have memory of this? Is this programmed into Ponko's memory? Would they remember this? Isn't it true that a katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints are made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know. Hey, yeah, I see there's blood there. He used the bloody sword to hack off the arm. The existence of the severed arm in the photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean... That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. Mercad, welcome! How are you doing? Thanks for being here. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko was scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. He killed your child, Aura. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder. Well, she did see something, at least in the flashbacks that we saw. Ah! My head! My head! My body! Where am I? Hold up, we're in the court. Maybe the Hot Pocket give me some superpowers. Oh god, Hot Pocket scares me. I was not a big fan of Hot Pockets when I was younger, and now I don't even know if I can eat them. I don't know if they make gluten-free Hot Pockets, but if they do, I don't want to try them. It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Okay. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. All right, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. Yeah, because you know, it's not good when he plays things straight because you know he's not straight. I'm sorry, I don't know how to phrase the joke, okay? I've had some because my roommates left a bunch of them behind after she moved out, and they're not the best things I've eaten. Yeah, they're kind of janky. What kinds were they? It's okay, I got it. Yeah. That's also the Great can give Wonder Woman superpowers. Who knows? Maybe. Oh. Oh, that showed, yeah. Oh. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed. Ham and cheese, the buttery crust one. See, that sounds good on paper, but I'm sure in practice, it left a lot to be desired.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that
Objection!
case. The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. You are not a clown. You are the entire circus. Was it thanks to the defense? Oh. Ah! You got an invisible jet? No way. Edgeworth. He's been one step ahead of me this whole time. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, oh my god, does he think he's carrying her with one arm? Or does he think, like, this 11-year-old child is, like, buttoned up in his coat like a baby in a harness? He's holding his arm in front of his body as if he were holding something or some... 11-year-olds are not like, they're not like babies. You can't hold them in, like, one arm. That's hardly evidence. Also, does Blackwell have any kind of muscular strength? It does not appear so. Could he carry a child? I don't think so, especially with one arm. He's so smarmy, I adore him. Exactly. My thoughts exactly. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. A blood stain? With a distinctive shape? Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there was only one in the world. A special pair of headphones made just for her.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Analysis showed the blood stain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then maybe he's just carrying the headphones in. Isn't that the easier explanation? At least Simon took Ponko but forgot to take his waist. Ah! Man. It was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by the splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Ah! The Phoenix slouch, he looks so goofy. Order! If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
We've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well. Murderbot! Oh, speaking of Murderbot, that's another book series that I need to read, the Murderbot Diaries. It's been on my TBR for years, and I'm trying to read again. I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real... Okay, you got me there, Edgeworth. You know what I'm thinking. They're both 34. These grown men. Man. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? Was the robot questioned? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Integrally. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. All right. Cross-examining a robot witness. I mean, we've had witnesses that couldn't even speak full sentences before. Well, one full sentence. Don't forget DL6! This is hardly the strangest witness. Order! Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. I want to see his reaction to Polly on the stand. I would, like, pay actual money to see what he was thinking. I want to see the entire Edgeworth reaction of that trial. But the moment Phoenix called Polly to the stand, I want to see his face. He was like, look at my lawyer, dog, I'm going to jail. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Very well. I will allow the witness, bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko.
Yes, I realize that. But when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness.
No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
Oh, he's mad already. Oh my god. What an utterly inflexible little robot. They're continuing the running gag, I see. I love that. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. Now, I know what they mean by this. I know it's about him being, like, stubborn and a little prick. But we could add that to the evidence pile, taken in another context. After the Phoenix called Polly yeah, literally, look at my lawyer, dog, I'm going to jail. Look at my lawyer, Sykes, don't know we're going to jail! Does Simon know we're doing this right now? Surely he doesn't, because, like, we didn't talk about this case at all with him, so. Aha! You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. What is the name of the grandchild? All right, Ponko. I hope we see the judge's grandchild in Ace Attorney 7. I hope he becomes a real character. Maybe one day, years in the future. Oh my god, Kirsty!
Welcome, Raiders! Kirsty, hello, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders!
My name is Angie, my pronouns are she, they. I play a lot of RPGs and visual novels and story games, and right now we are doing some Ace Attorney. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? How are you liking Justice for All so far? Hold on, let me do a proper shout out. But how is it going? How are you liking it? How far did you get? Also, we are on the final case of, I'm shooting my eyes. Okay, no worries. I can go to the other screen real quick. The quality of this, yeah. But I hope you're liking it. We're on the final case of Ace Attorney 5, so if anybody who needs to head out for spoilers, please do, because we're deep in spoiler territory. We got to Maya shooting the man. Let's go. We love that for her. But that's great. That's very exciting. I'm so excited for you to go through this game. But yeah, if you need to head out, take a screen break, do whatever. And again, we are on the last case of Ace Attorney 5. So spoilers abound. But thanks again for the raid. I'll switch back to the game screen now. So this is your warning in case you need to look away. Of course, Lurk was slay the case. Thank you. I will do my best. Things are wild up in here. All right, we going back to the case now. All right, Ponko, I'm going to ask you some questions.
Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions?
I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Metis Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data.
Will the robot pronounce it like data or data? I usually say data.
Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab.
So she does have that kind of memory. It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. Aw, that would actually be really cute. Aw. So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? All right.
I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There was no data after that point.
That's when Simon did the hack. Tell you what, I'm already taking Ponko. Yes, Ponko is all of our child. Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? You're really putting anyone as a witness? Yeah, Yuko. Are you familiar with the first game and a certain witness from a case in the first game? Yeah, they put a parrot on the stand. They did. Yeah. I love this game so much. This series is so camp. I love it. At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. She's a machine with a heart, though. They're robots with hearts. They did indeed put a parrot on the stand. Yep, classic. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So, what are you suggesting? The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but... Yes, what this witness's statements are telling us is... that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. What? Is this coat longer, or am I, like, mistaken? Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Did the two of them converse? Of course he has to say it like that.
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument. And then the victim fell down. It is longer. It grows with age. By the time he's the judge's age, it'll be like a full-length gown like the judge's robes. Does that mean Miles will be the judge in the future? As soon as his coat touches the ground, he becomes the judge. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation, although he also needs a beard. I can't see Miles with facial hair. That just feels wrong, though. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless. Oh no, you want me to do it. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Aw, how sweet. Ponko is a real one. I love Ponko. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. Alrighty.
Hold it!
Your regular recharge? What is that exactly?
I have to refill my battery's power, or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that.
So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m., around the time of the murder?
That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m.
Okay.
Hold it!
Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. Hugging and stabbing are two very different things. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother, is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking so loudly?
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me.
If it listened to every voice, it would be little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Oh, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that?
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. Okay, her heart pounded. Her surprised. She was surprised, her heart pounded. Wasn't she stabbed right through the heart, though? So... if death was instant, does the heart stop beating immediately after death? I mean, this is what I'm thinking, you know? If her heart was pounding, if she heard her heart pounding when she was hugged, that means the stabbing didn't happen then. Wait a minute. That means... if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment, Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then.
Of all the unlucky timing, if you heard anything after that, it could possibly prove that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder.
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing.
After Mommy Metis' heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room.
The workbench, huh? Ponko must be talking about that table to the right of where that giant robot is now, so she fell over there. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement? Yes. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Alrighty. I want to press the other statements. Oh, that's not about the heartbeat. Well, she found on the round window, they say. Okay. On the workbench. Or maybe that, you know, she fell on the workbench. I mean, this isn't the workbench. This is the, right? Yeah. Alright, well, I want to press everything just for dialogue. So,
Hold it!
I want to see how many fun little tidbits of info and conversations we can get. There are 2 round windows in the robotics lab. Which one did you mean?
The one on the right, near the hanging scroll. That hanging scroll is Mommy Metis' prized possession.
Okay, in the pictures of the crime scene from 7 years ago, there's definitely... a hanging scroll and a Japanese theater mask hanging on the workbench side wall. Is there some problem with this statement? Indeed there is. Alright, well, I'm gonna press these last 2.
Hold it!
Yeah. Prosecutor Blackquill? I wondered what he went there for.
His objective? I don't know. I don't know.
Guess I can't very well ask Ponko to speculate. So what happened after Prosecutor Blackquill arrived? He slashed you up.
Hold it!
You don't remember what happened next? An error, huh? I wonder if...
All data is suddenly cut off at that point. I don't know anything after that.
The answer to that question is right here. According to the defense's theory, this photo shows when the robot was being taken apart. Exactly. We can conclude that Ponko's error was the result of her being dismantled. Indeed. The bodies of these robots are designed to be controlled remotely by a separate computer. Yes, that's basically what Miss Blackwell explained to us, too. She said their hearts and memories are stored on a separate computer. When the witness was taken apart, she lost the use of her body, but not her memories. That's how she is now still able to give testimony about the events of that day. Fascinating. It's as if she can be seriously wounded, but her soul still burns. There are a few parts of Ponko's testimony that are hard to interpret. Edgeworth chose to interpret hugged as stabbed. But I better try to iron out who did what, and where, and to whom for myself. Hold on, Athena. I'm gonna save you. So, I guess we're not using the, yeah. They didn't add the heartbeat to this testimony, so if it's about where she fell, then I'm guessing it's gonna be the picture.
Objection!
Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough.
I was helpful? Hooray! I'm so happy.
Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Indeed, they are. Exactly, Your Honor. We just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? Fuck. No, I'm not gonna say the defendant did it. Or maybe she did. I don't know. If that's why she was covered in blood, that could be it. I'm gonna say the victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. She wasn't stabbed then. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Oh, I am very relieved to hear that. I do not want this poor child witnessing a murder. Never mind that Athena was also a child who may have witnessed the murder. Glad to know that it wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more.
Objection!
Right. Aww. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Excuse you, he's blue. Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but horse. I know these games too well. I may as well write. I wrote these games, by the way. Blue's my favorite color. What can I say? You're blue and spiky like Sonic. If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. Moved for her, but Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest to move the body? Don't you know it's the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Ponko. Not Panko, Ponko. Not Ponko. He may be pronouncing it the same, but we can tell. It's like Psycho Locks all over again. And Mrs. Monkey.
My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Yeah, get her name right, Edgy Boy, come on. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table?
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Athena asked you to? She probably saw her mom like pass out and was like, get mommy to the comfortable table or whatever, get her to like a comfy chair-ish. And what did you move, little Ponko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is.
That paper in the lab did mention something about that. If she couldn't tell, hold on. Uniform jacket ID tag. So if it didn't scan an ID tag, you know, I mean, Dr. Sykes would have an ID tag because she was an employee there, right? So if there was no ID tag to scan, then it couldn't have been her. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said. So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved.
My name, it's Ponko.
But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do? Judge. Well, I do at the very least. I'm leagues ahead of you all. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, moved the body onto the operating table. Gah! Panko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell.
Give it up, right? If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white quilt coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
But Panko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means...
Objection!
A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. Just like the Steel Samurai, a man in a suit. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell if it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench. Then, using the robot, she moved the body to the table where she removed the sword and was stained in blood.
Buddy, no.
Order, but if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Damn, Edgeworth! Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there, isn't that right? Okay, wait, hold on, new theory. New theory, wait. Stab wound to the heart. What if... This may be a bit of a stretch. Okay. What does it say? What if, like, she was stabbed actually by, like, with the arm on the robotics thing? What if her death really was an accident? The button was accidentally pushed, she was stabbed by this arm there. But then why would blood be on the katana? I was gonna say if blood, like, dripped onto the katana, that could be one thing, but one, it was, like... I don't know when the katana was moved, but... I don't know. I don't know. I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there, isn't that right? That's right. And to the defendant, she was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds.
But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do.
We can't possibly be suggesting. This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. Really? But take a look at Panko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. Plot twist. Athena is the judge's grandchild. Plot twist. I don't know who, maybe her father is the judge's son. I don't know. The judge's son, yeah. No way. I refuse to believe it. Yes, indeed. Miss Sykes is the judge's granddaughter. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace. Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
Hold it!
Don't just stop. Was to dismantle the evidence so she could get away with her crime. That is so fucked up. That is so wildly fucked. Wouldn't her body be, like, dismembered if that's what was gonna happen? Like... What? Order in the court! Order in the court, I say! Maybe she did think that, and then she pushed a button and it accidentally stabbed. I don't know. Edward, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. I still can't tell. For a while, I thought he was just playing along with Athena as the defendant. I can't tell, like, now I can't tell if he truly thinks she did it or not. I thought for this whole time he thought she was innocent, but was just, again, playing the role while we worked to find the truth together. But now, I don't know. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. And I mean, Pongo didn't say that Athena had the sword, right? These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Do I? Evidence, right. Let's see. I can't think of any. I mean, we have the heartbeat thing. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now, accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Remember when you used to think you killed your own father, Edgeworth? Do you think Edgeworth would have had black psyche locks if we were able to look at him back in the day? Probably not, since he didn't actually do it. He just blacked out and, like, forgot it and suspected that he did, but I don't know. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something. But I can't think of a single thing. Oh? I'm about to sneeze. How are you allowed to be here? Hello? I was under the impression that he didn't know we were doing this. Also, how is he here? This is the most official, unofficial court case I've ever seen. Why is he here? Who let him out? Did Bobby bring him over here? Did Bobby take him for a walk? What's going on? Prosecutor Blackquill. Hold on, sorry. This is quite the farce you were conducting here. I could die from laughter. Ha ha ha. Prosecutor Blackquill, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackquill trying to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness, I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackquill, please go ahead. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Is he clipping into, or is Chains clipping into the stand, or is that just, I don't know. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Oh, how cathartic it was! Buddy! I guess it's just a crack in the stand from the bombing. But little Paco here witnessed the victim falling. In other words...
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be... She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony. You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Ponko's not a wind-up toy. She's a child. Oh, Edward's development. He's now... Oh, I'm sorry. Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. And she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Oh, brother. Prosecutor Blackquill, are you trying, even now, to turn away from the truth? Do you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If you don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Damn! Okay, that's kind of cold. That's kind of cold line. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. Again, I still think it's so funny that Simon is, like, British and then Aura does not come across that way at all. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? I see there's an ad right now, actually. I'm gonna run to the bathroom while this runs. I'll be back in a moment. Alrighty, I will return in a moment. Dreamers, we're back. Alrighty, let's do this. Yeah. Anyways. We're just reviewing everything. Yeah. Black Quill, you selfish. Well, to be frank, I don't like this. I mean, is it selfish if he's covering for somebody? I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Is it really gonna end just like it did 7 years ago? No.
I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him.
I can't tell her. Is she even here? Right? If Simon's here, is she here? Where is she still in here? How can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Somebody else say hold it, please. Is this Athena? Or is this Aura? Or is it Panka? Oh, she is here, okay. Athena, oh my god, she's behind here, okay. Is the defendant allowed to, like, be behind the stand here? I mean, I guess in TGA 1-1, that kind of is how it goes. Anyways, Athena, what are you feeling okay?
I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something.
If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might be just the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Simon therapy? Sykes, Dono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
Aww.
It's past 7 years. They've been just as hard on me, you know.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember? That horrible, horrible trial. Oh, please, you have to listen to me.
Aww.
He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me.
Aww. Yeah, she was...
Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless.
Aww.
Caught in people's stares. So scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now.
But she became it despite being terrified of being in a courtroom and having that trauma. She became an attorney for his sake. You found a way to keep your fears at bay and you become a lawyer. Oh, girlie. Please go seek real therapy after this. Girlie. She's so good.
Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be.
Aww.
This day has finally come, the day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
Oh, she's so good! But, Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. A chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth.
Athena's being so brave confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Aww. Is this the dual destinies of the title, Athena and Simon? Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain. For I'm not a man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena in there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. Where's the anger gone? And then I committed the act. Maybe it's the fact he's happy that, maybe he's happy that Dr. Sykes wasn't there, so he wouldn't have to go through with it, you know?
Got it!
This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Oh my god, that went down a lot. Just now you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead. I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. I'm so worried! The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. He's had 7 years to prepare this, you know?
Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto.
I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him bit by bit then. Could you update his testimony, Athena?
You got it, boss.
Okay. Aww, little hand pads! Aw, that's so cute. I would not be swayed, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And when she did...
Got it!
Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. He can't be talking about that, can he?
I was just a convenient subject for her research.
Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. That's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe.
Mr. Wright?
How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? Aww.
I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now take a look at this. The noise level actually increased.
Oh, he's alive! God damn it. Yeah, I was gonna say, it went down by a lot.
Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise.
How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There were no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
No! I'm stressed! I don't think so. Not while I'm around. No, contradictory testimony or... Oh, fuck. I don't fucking know. Oh, let's see what's going on with his emotions first. Alright. Let's look for inconsistent emotions.
Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over.
Okay. Let's see if there's any changes in emotions. I heard crying from next door. I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Before I could lead Athena out of there, cursed my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Why were you surprised to see Dr. Sykes?
Got it!
Okay, never mind then. Alright. That wasn't it. That's not it. There really isn't anything strange here. Damn.
I don't know, but I think maybe we made a mistake, Mr. Wright.
Alright. Yeah.
Got it!
How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was... Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Oh. Dr. Sykes knew full well my plan to rescue Athena, but you couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Well, isn't that inconsistent with the testimony? Because wasn't it bloody when it was cut up because there was blood on Ponko's arm?
Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now.
Oh my god. Ah! Fuck. It's at 100% now. What's going on here?
Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate.
It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. God damn. Maybe, let's try testimony now. I think there might be an inconsistency in... Look at this photograph! That's where the inconsistency is. Maybe there is. Hi, Nabsy. How are you doing?
All right, let's give it a thorough check then.
Okay. Ponko attacked me and retaliated by cutting it into pieces. Okay. So according to him, he's saying he slashed up Ponko before stabbing Dr. Sykes. We know that's not true, because there was blood on Ponko's arms. Where's the inconsistency is? Yes, there is! It is. The inconsistency is. Indeed. I'm gonna go with this.
Objection!
Yeah. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackquill. Take a look at this photo. There we go! Look at this photograph! Indeed. Let's go, Nabsy. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture's actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. Psst. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right. But if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? Judge, shut the fuck up! We're gonna go through the entire cast with that. But that could it be? Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, this bitch is lying! Ah! Oh god. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackquill, now! You! You have no idea what you're doing. What do you mean, buddy? What do you mean? I'm scared.
His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something.
I'm so worried. Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. I'm so worried! There's so much Discord profiles. Stop. Oh my god. Prosecutor Blackpool, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom?
All these complex emotions. They seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings.
Oh. Oh, brother. My boy's tweaking. Oh god. Oh my god. Open the door and then... the terrible scene. Or I could lead Athena out of there. Is it Pongo? You have to delete them one by one before the feds get him. Stop.
This voice, it hurts to even listen to it. He's been living this pain inside him for all these years.
And the root of all of this is hidden somewhere in this testimony, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Please hurry. Please set him free, Mr. Wright.
Oh, is it Pongo? Was Pongo attacking Athena?
Got it!
No. No. Alright, no, it's not the robot. Man, he did get got, but he was innocent. Alrighty, so it's not that. Fuck. Is it the chair? What was on the chair, maybe?
Got it!
Yeah, that's not it.
Got it!
When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? The music ain't cutting, evidence ain't cutting, indeed. Yeah, me when I do point something out and the music keeps going. Fuck! Oh, he's sweating. You should know better. No, it's pathetic. I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Did he walk in and see her covered in blood? Is that what he's like? Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Does he really think she did it? Athena is innocent, huh? He does think she really did it! Ah! He probably walked in and saw her covered in blood. Ah! Can you honestly say you believe that to be true, right, don't know? I gave you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Curse you, Phoenix, right? What? I'm scared, y'all. It was a tragedy, one I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes as she sweetly said, what the fuck? Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the this is the only game that got an M rating. I see. She was literally gonna, like, dismantle her mother, at least in his eyes. Good lord. Like, potential dismemberment. What the fuck? Ugh. That's what I saw, and now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. Prosecutor Black will finally tell us the truth, and this is what it is. It's beyond devastating.
Oh, I tried to take my mother apart. Oh, oh. I. Oh.
Oh, brother.
So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother.
Athena! As I said, right, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but to dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner, Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people. But she loved her daughter with all her heart.
She loved me?
Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes, my head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger then than it is now, and those headphones are what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No, that can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much?
Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew. That what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute. And I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all of the facts of this case. No, not yet. It can't end like this. Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not. I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence.
Oh, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Athena?
It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake.
Athena, what are you saying?
I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt.
No!
please be granted just one more chance to tell everyone what I recall?
It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then, if you would, please take to the stand, Miss Sykes.
Oh, Athena! Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackquill, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward and everyone's suffering can come to an end.
No, Athena! Prosecutor Blackquill will be cleared and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt and bring everything to its conclusion.
I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty.
Girl, no, that's just... Ah! I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. No! Your brain is tricking you, Athena! Thank you for the confession. I believe this trial's gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument? Ah! Apollo?
Objection!
Oh, Phoenix. Where's Apollo? I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright.
But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
We're still objecting, baby! Don't tell me you forgot one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I don't feel good! I said that you never change. But could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Screeny. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. Oh, yeah! Are we gonna unlock these?
I did a little research. I looked into those special psyche locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and memories are sealed off, even from herself.
There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart. Amiibo, welcome! Welcome! Excited to finish Dual Destinies. I'm stressing out, y'all. I'm like being put through the ringer here. Good lord, this is dark as hell. How are you doing? Objection, welcome. Black Psyche locks indeed. I'm by the 12, I'm tweaking. Oh, brother. I'm also, caffeine is kicking in. Yeah. There's still a chance somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. Did she block out the real killer doing it? It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still. That memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocent. I hope for everyone's sake that you were not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession?
My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers.
There's definitely something wrong with her memory in the event. I can just tell. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Onto the handle. Oh, yeah, there's no blood on the handle.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor.
But I remember it! I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers.
That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts.
You're right.
Oh my! She's still slaying.
Objection!
She's still in the slay pose. The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly, just give me a sec to think for something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said herself she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think. So I basically Apollo just as Claudia and Apollo, some of my favorite characters. I'm an avid Kapalo shipper. I enjoy Kapalo as well. Their dynamic was very fun. I love Apollo. I think Apollo might be one of my favorite characters. He might be one of the funniest characters to me. Maybe a second only to Sholmes. I think Herlock Sholmes is by far the funniest character in this entire series, but Apollo is funny simply by nature of like being like the straight man, haha, straight man, but you know, the comedy-wise, like the most, everything about his life feels extraordinary, and he's like, no, I am the most normal person here. And something about that is just so funny to me. It's the irony, you know? Anyways. Oh, what could the contradiction mean? Fuck. Shit. Fart. Different weapon I'm gonna go with. Haley, welcome. Came with the curse here. Had to lurk for therapy to back. Welcome back. Haley. It's going very well. We're deep into spoiler territory for Ace Attorney 5. If you're trying to avoid spoilers, we're in pretty heavy territory right now. So if you need to lurk or anything for that, please do so. I don't want you to spoil yourself, but I hope you're doing well. I'm gonna say it's a different weapon. Apollo's natural reaction to everything is sass, and I love him for it. Same! He's such a little bitch. It's so funny. I don't know why. So, like, him saying, like saying he wants Darian's head on a stick in the courtroom, or, like, thinking it to himself was so funny to me. Like, you want this witness dead? Is that what I'm hearing? Like, sir. Miss Sykes says blood flows down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So doesn't it follow the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right. Of course you would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again? As always. Oh, he's such a bitch. I love him. How does he do that? They can't back to... Because he can read your mind. He knows you so well. He knows you inside and out, buddy. He's your soulmate. That's right. I did. Because it's so obvious this doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Even someone as dumb as me can think of it. I was thinking he has such a dislike of Darian because Claudia and Darian get strong, toxic ex-vibes to me, and Polly got jealous. I can see that. I can see that. Because it was so funny that, like, Darian was, like, always like, oh, we're partners, we're bros. And then Claudia is like, bitch, we are not partners. Why would you ever think that? That was so funny. Very one-sided there. So maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. I mean, there was a screwdriver. Or there's the toolkit. Maybe there's something on the crime scene photos. Wait a minute. There is something. There's a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Oh, the utility knife. Maybe a utility knife. if the staff hall has one.
Take that!
But that's the motor weapon in the Clay Terran case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees. And Robotics Lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Are you gonna update the investigation report now, bitch? Oh, I don't have a command. Sorry, is there are you looking for like special commands or something? I need to make an actual commands command. Sorry. Clavier basically ran away on a tour because of his trauma with Kristoff and doubts about the forged evidence when he was 17. There's like circumstance he might make some bad misdecisions and everything. Yeah, I wish we got a little more detail on what Clavier's life was like in those 7 years. Like what was going through his mind? How was his relationship with Kristoff? How did that affect him as a prosecutor? I want more details on that. I wish we got more of that. I want to pick apart his brain. Of course I knew that, once you told me just now. Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents. The killer took it away, duh! You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Fine, but there's something, yeah, aren't these things out of order? Don't they spell out like the Gyaxa or whatever? They're out of order! Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh! You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. What? I love these two so much. Let's go. Okay, what do you mean by that? Are you saying Phoenix has no taste in like anything? I mean, you're definitely the fancier one, Edgeworth. Or is he saying, you know, like, oh, Edgeworth, you're all like frills and whatnot, frills and tea and shit. I was gonna say bad relationship decisions. Fair enough, yeah. I can see that for sure. Damn. Or did they like bicker about like when they were moving in together? Did they like get into little petty arguments about like the decor and everything, and that's what they're talking about? Is this a domestic dispute brought into the courtroom? I wanna know what all these little inside like stories are, because I'm getting the feeling between bringing up going to Trucy's magic show together and now this, I'm like, are they bringing their personal lives in here into this, like, and nobody else knows what they're talking about? I want that. No, he is simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed. He does wear glasses now. His vision did start to fail, it seems. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. Ah, I see that they do. But what significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we arrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Bitch, he went to art school, so like, you have no right to talk about aesthetics. There's that as well. He went to art school. He knows more than you. Also, obligatory Miles and Phoenix acting and Mary, we love to see it. Exactly, the judge is a shipper indeed. I'm sure everybody in the courtroom loves seeing this, you know? Their first time going up against each other, and I think it's been 9 years. I think this is 9 years since, or it might be 8 years since Justice for All. No. It's been 9 years since Justice for All. And that was the last time they went up against each other. Yeah. Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court then, if you would. What pattern design would we see if we arrange these tools? Okay, can I fucking... Alright, will the book work? Like, with the Gyaxa logo on it? I'm gonna go with the book for the logo.
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent? The Gyaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gyaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center.
brightly the Yaksa logo shines in the sunlight above the entryway. I really dig the stars and rockets motif it's got going.
Yaksa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? I am definitely not gonna be able to sleep tonight. I feel I don't want to say my heart is pounding, because it's not. But like, you know, sometimes when you drink coffee, like your heart might not feel like it's racing, but like, you know, there's like tightness in your chest. I'm feeling that. All right, I'm done. I think I see it now, but yes, that's just the tool shown in this photo. Yeah! The red A part of the logo is missing. And look what this looks like! Oh! And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If I were to place the utility knife in the open slot, oh, just plop that bad boy in there. At least metaphorically, because we're not actually doing that, because we don't have one that's not a murder weapon, you know?
That would complete the Yaksa logo.
So it would, and that means...
Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth.
My aesthetic sense is keener than yours! I love them! See, this is not about winning in the trial. This is about winning in this aesthetic argument. They're so fucking married. I just... They're so petty and I love it! Yeah! I just want to, like, throttle them! Admit that the... Yeah. Oh, yeah. My aesthetic sense is better than yours. Also, by the way, that the weapon could have been that. But also, my aesthetic sense is better than yours. That's the real kicker here. That's more important. I just love when they flirt across the courtroom. Same. It's so good. It's just, I miss this. I mean, I love all the other prosecutors we have, but like, nothing beats this. Look at him like hunched over the desk. I love it. Order in the court. Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Then who did she stab? Maybe the real killer? And did she stab them in the eye where coincidentally Apollo was stabbed, possibly in the present day, so that everything is exactly like it happened 7 years ago? I'm sorry, where does Apollo come into this? I'm convinced Apollo was at the scene and he's hiding like some kind of injury from the altercation there with his eyeball. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. She stabbed somebody, but it wasn't the victim. This reminded me of a case in The Great Ace Attorney. I'm not gonna like go into details, but yeah, I stabbed her, which means I'm innocent. I didn't do the other actual method of killing, blah, blah, blah. Just we begin that we know of Cloud's backstory in fanfic. Clavier and Derry were mostly in a relationship to distract themselves from their own issues, so just a bad relation choice for both of them. I like that. I like that interpretation. I'm definitely gonna have to do a fanfic deep dive once I finish these for sure. Yeah, I just need more Clavier story, please. I want to know more about him and his life. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous. Why are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I am merely suggesting an explanation to your clownery. Go off and join I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. I love them. Just... See, you made me think this way. Miss Sykes could put the blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon. See, I'm playing along with your bullshit, and this is what I come up with. I can make it work. Haha. And then conceal the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. Also, are we really thinking... We're really going with the idea that in this... That this twank was carrying an 11-year-old child in one arm. We really think he's doing that here. Okay, alrighty. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the caffeine is really hitting me now. It's 8:08 p.m. for me, and the caffeine is really kicking in. So if I'm like more gestury and flamboyant than usual, that's why. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
What a bitch. You're the one attempting to lead the court. Yes, objection. No, you. By forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands. No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife, as long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes, and the suspicion keeps coming back. That's how it always happens in these courtrooms, Phoenix. You've been out of it for a while. Like, it's almost as if she's guilty. Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Oh my god, Phoenix, calm down, buddy boy, calm down. Is he gonna pass out? Oh, he's just having a headache. I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if? Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Nor. So true, I know. This is me, if you even care. Is giving up really the only option? I mean, we didn't unlock her locks yet. Oh. No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving in to doubt? I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right! I can't lose sight of what's important. You say that as you're staring at Edgeworth. I believe in Athena, and will always believe in her to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client, and a lawyer only cries when it's all over, and a lawyer must smile at all times when it's hard. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix! Brain! If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. Oh, brain blast time, let's go. I can see the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. The prosecutor Blackbolt didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Someone else? The true culprit? Yeah, a third person. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude that there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only 2 there. So then how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? Their heartbeat covering their own face. Wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would still detect their presence. She won't be able to tell who they were. Right when... covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. I mean, Ponko doesn't have a heartbeat. The real Ponko would just think she was looking in a mirror! Okay, now that's just silly. Scratch that. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take away advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. But what if Ponko also detect 3 heartbeats? So what if the third person came in right when Metis died or whatever? I don't know. So we're only 2 heartbeats in total. I don't know. Fucking jacket. Yeah! And there was a slash in the jacket! If they were wearing this, then this is what Athena did. She did a slash in the jacket that the fake was wearing. That still is the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. Does that mean the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? The real culprit, baby. And that's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Do we just have to, like, examine... Okay. Would they have, like, a scar from this? To find the real culprit, we examine everybody that was there on the side there, see who has a giant scar from that. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, yeah, he was too busy using his brain, attempting to think, to have any meaningful conversation with us. Let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations. You're absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby—
Objection!
Shh, Judge, don't you fucking dare, baby. I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second, bitch. Because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it and parse it out of my brain. But now I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent.
But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime.
Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. I'm never going to deep dive on my Clavier character analysis. Yeah, for sure. I would love to hear it. Yeah. Also, if you want to share it in the Discord as well, if it's like longer like paragraphs and everything, you can share it in the Discord as well. Yeah. I don't know, like longer messages sometimes get a little overwhelming in chat, but like I would love to hear a Clavier analysis. Yeah, that would be amazing. The person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What? Well, wouldn't that be convenient for you, right?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Damn, after all we've been through, for you to think so little of me. Jesus. Don't you know by now that the smile of me-eyed means the smile of mine. I'm taking a lot of screenshots here, baby. You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Oh god, they love each other so much. Klonko's strange malfunction.
Mr. Taran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay?
That's Apollo you're talking to, because he's wearing the jack. Ah, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Klonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to the eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her. Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? So does that mean? Yes, Your Honor, the person Miss Sykes stabbed. This third person who's posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer. But that's... I'm impossible! Damn! He's mad. I love when Edgeworth gets mad. It's very satisfying and fun to watch.
A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask?
Order in the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something?
A mask?
Oh,
Yes, I remember.
the mask on the wall. Athena, what is it?
Oh,
Girlie, it's okay, don't strain yourself. Oh. We're getting here. A man with a mask.
How could he? What did he do to my mother?
A man specifically. Okay.
My head.
Miss Sykes, are you alright? Oh, Athena. Oh my god, it's breaking! Oh no! The black psyche locks. They're breaking. Oh my god, Girlie! Oh!
It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered.
How has it only been 2.5 hours? I feel like so much has happened. Sorry, I just looked at the timestamp and good lord. They're gone. The black psyche locks are finally gone. Damn! Couldn't do that with Kristoff. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day.
I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then...
It's alright, I'm right here. You're safe, Athena.
She was on the floor by the workbench, with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there.
A man?
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor! Judge, shut the fuck up! It's real, it happened! Damn! Go on, Athena.
He tried to attack me in a panic. I grabbed the knife that was there, and he dodged it first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again.
And this time you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand.
In his hand! It was Kristoff, because Kristoff had a scar! It was Kristoff! No way, it was Kristoff. No, I don't think it is, because, like, why would it be? Because, man, it would be so funny, though, because what's the story behind the scar on Kristoff's hand? Now, I'm not saying it's him. Like, I don't think it's him. Especially if he's in jail, and this was, you know, he couldn't do it again in the present if he's in jail, so.
Then he kicked me, and I passed out.
So, we need to inspect hands now, hand scars.
When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Oh, and she didn't know what that did.
Oh, and that's what Simon saw.
Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
Ah! So that's why she said that. Damn, she said that to Ponko. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived, a man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything about that?
Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
Ah, this mask hanging here on the wall.
It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me. that a gnome mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom.
Phantom, no way! The phantom Simon's been chasing! A phantom? It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. That means that all suspicion against Miss Oh my god. Oh, Aura. You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Girlie, why? Why are you so hung up on her? A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? Ugh! During Discord post character analysis, put spoiler under the channel. Yeah, I think I would take it as a spoiler. Yeah. I think considering the circumstances, I would. But thank you for that. I'm very excited to read it.
Objection! Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother.
Athena! Yay!
More and more memories are coming back now, so I'd like to say one thing if I could. Honko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise...
Right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m.
Fuck. Fuck. I mean,
Take that!
the video. This is part accused prosecutor Blackpool leaving the scene after the incident around 3 p.m. Don't we have earlier footage? What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. Wait, there. Please stop it right there. Oh. Whoopee. Just like you said, there's a man leaving the scene of the crime. Damn. Hand bandage. Did we see somebody with a hand bandage before? Oh, we did. Hugh O'Connor. It's Hugh O'Connor! No way! No way! It's Hugh O'Connor! Because he got the hand injury! Ah! Miss Sykes, do you remember this person?
That's him, I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket.
The jacket on display. It was Dr. Sykes's.
Can you see it? There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said... Exactly. Proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were in the lab.
The culprit probably knew beforehand that Punko charged up at 2 p.m. every day.
So somebody that worked there...
So he waited for Punko to come to the lab for her regular recharge.
By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death. How do I tag spoilers? You put 2 lines before and after it, like this. It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in the photo, but also the jacket is here, so like, is this gonna be an issue? There's a jacket there as well. Is that what you're gonna point out, edgy boy? And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond a doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket. Yep. Thanks, of course, no worries. Then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. If the copper was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? I don't know. Killer brought it back? Yeah. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. So do we have footage of somebody walking around jacketless then? Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. Ergo, wouldn't you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? Puzzling question indeed. He had a robot do it. It is posted. Thank you. When did he do it? Fart. What if that's a different jacket on the ground? I don't know. We'll say when the body was found. The only time the copper could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? So one of the people who found the body is... Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never have thought of that. So who were the first people to discover it? Do we know? Order in the court? What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in the preparation for the Hatch 1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. Who was carrying it? I'll see to it that you get the reports on those three people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what does this mean? I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official... Not that this is an official trial, so you didn't, like, actually beat me, but okay. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? Hold it.
Oh, is it true, boss? Does this mean I'm...
Can't believe it, it's over. I won.
I proved both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent.
Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this
Objection!
trial. Oh my god, buddy. Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? Oh yeah, Aura. That's what I'm the one who's supposed to say. I see no need. Oh my god. No, the judge is not in charge. Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence. How do you feel? A little princess who was truly beloved by Metis, and he repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Girls spent 7 years hating a child over this. Literally, I'm like, girls literally used the hatred of a child to keep going on. So what does she have now? That's very sad, a very sad life to lead, girly pop. How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I felt. You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a coworker wasn't all that I wanted. Oh my god! actually Yuri time? Oh my god! Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Aura, there was something I wanted to say, if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murderer is. Cloud was a special kind of unhinged, and I'll be with the man walking out to the short guy, got his brother arrested, leaning on, immediately saying, I'm used to being inspected by the ladies, but this is the first time I felt this way with a man. The fact that I mean, he had to know that was who got his brother arrested, yeah. The fact that was the first thing he ever said to this man. Clavier, you are so fascinating. I need to study you. What makes you tick? He has been flirting from day one. Like, what a strange man. Anyways, I need to run to the bathroom super quickly. I'm very sorry. I know things are happening, but I need to run to the bathroom, so I'll be back in just a moment. We'll play some fun jams in the meantime. Alright, I'm back. Were y'all enjoying the Sonic R music? Anyways, let's continue. Clavi, if you can't date him, hate him, date him. Yes, literally. This man saw the man that put his brother away and said, "Fuck you, Kristoff, I'm gonna start dating him." You do? Now it's kind of funny to imagine him dating Apollo out of spite for Kristoff. Anyways, he's gonna say a thing. Oh yeah, right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. Do you have an idea of who it is? The Phantom, the person Blackwell's been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. Ooh, Phantom theme music. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who can analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to the Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results in the recording were surely among his targets. But his search at the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them, but where could they have been? Who is to say? I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them in prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented. That's your partner, Bobby? Oh, Shaka.
Oh, hi, good bird!
I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. Damn! I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I better hold on to this real tight. He does not experience feelings like normal people. His emotions barely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness nor anger, and naturally no fear. He's the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? So, basically we have everybody's suspect. Athena could analyze everybody, listen to their speech, and whoever doesn't produce any results is our phantom, right? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom indeed. A fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever. Do what you want. You'll hear no objections from me? Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. Oh my god. You! Where the fuck have you been? Plot twist, Clay is the Phantom. Your friend was this freak this whole time. Apollo? What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. I mean, this isn't the trial for Clay's murder, so like, if that's what you're going on, this isn't that trial, buddy. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? Oh, brother. All right, I don't know how long this next part is, but I'm going to keep going. I don't think I can stop here. I gotta keep going. Good lord. Cross-examining Apollo. All right, let's see what's going on here. Let's keep going. I don't care. I'm just... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, brother. Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What? Polly, what the fuck? What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. It's still not clear who killed Clay Terran. Oh yeah, the fingerprints are still a thing.
But Apollo, why would you?
Damn, the no light in his eyes. Miss Sykes, please listen quiet. Not the Miss Sykes instead of Athena. I'm gonna puke. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time. But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me, too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Apollo. Sure, you know I'm all for the truth. Now, let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I'll give my permission. Continue with the trial. Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. This is your son now, Edgeworth. I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately. Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. Oh my god. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Terran. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1. When the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum, the killer attacked Mr. Terran with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Terran's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. Better rearrange my evidence. Alright, relevance evidence swapped into the court record. Alright, hell yeah. Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony if you please. Alrighty. Alright, Apollo. Oh. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder, Clay Terran. My growing suspicions were confirmed, and this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on charge of murder. Polly! What the fuck? Apollo, what? Oh my god, Apollo! Mr. Justice, you realize you were charging your own co-worker with murder. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time. It wouldn't be the first time he's done that. Yes, Your Honor, because that is the conclusion of my investigation. You suspected her from the beginning, and that's why you didn't want to investigate with us, because you didn't want to investigate with Athena, because you thought she would cover something up, huh?
But Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too?
Oh, fuck. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. God damn! Ah! I don't get it. Just what did you find out? Buddy, what is going on? Like, are you okay? No, you're certainly not. All right.
Hold it!
What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Taryn, my bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen the knife before. My bracelet told me otherwise. We now know it's because it's like the knife that she used 7 years ago. And then, every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Or Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to think, or to do or think. Couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch so I wouldn't be able to perceive any other tells. Oh, buddy. That's why he was acting so strangely. He's not covering up a wound, okay. He didn't, okay, oh, buddy. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to that knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago. Oh my god, buddy, you're not the attorney here, bitch! But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Taryn. My bracelet could have... Apollo. Don't fucking... He's posing like Kristoff! This is giving me the same kind of feeling as, like, Edgeworth in Case 3-4 doing the Von Karma finger wag. You're acting like your bad mentor right now! Don't do this! Stop! 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 I basically could have also reacted because she was the killer too! The bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her.
Hold it!
That's the lighter was found in the Space Museum with their fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But, Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes has absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Taryn. 7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. Stop! I can imagine him slipping into like a Kristoff-type voice there. Ah! I hate it! I hate it! I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. Ah! Stop! How can you actually suspect Athena?
Hold it!
Oh, is it possible somebody else used the same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall that there was a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Taryn and Mr. Starbuck. There's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. Recorded Mr. Taryn's kill, or rather, Miss Sykes, coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in boarding lounge 2? Why weren't we aware of this before? Have her psyche locks been broken? Yes, they have. And now Apollo is going Kristoff mode right now. He's posing like that motherfucker even. It's... I'm stressed. Athena said she snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident. And then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day.
I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. Then I woke up and nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2.
Oh my god, that must have been when the camera captured her. And that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute! In that case, it's most likely recorded the true culprit himself.
Objection!
That's a negative on that one too, Mr. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears stopped. Why? Order in the court! That can't be, but if it is, then it's incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? A fact you previously proved, turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix right. Aww, damn. Ugh. They missed going up against each other.
Hold it!
Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend the same principle to your own co-workers? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. No! Your name is literally justice. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Oh. Clay was my friend. And that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but it only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. And I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. You motherfucker. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments? I'm like... Ugh, fuck. I'm literally... Although we don't see Clavius' reaction to Apollo saying the evidence is everything in court while doing the same sprite as Kristoff. He could be there hearing this. And... I know! I feel sick! I can't even make words! I'm upset! I feel sick! Clavier could be here! Phoenix is here in all this! Phoenix, do you hear this shit? Do you see the way he's acting? Does that not remind you of anybody? This case makes you feel sick. It does! I feel terrible! Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice. I know facts appear to be indisputable. Are we sure he's not like just... What do you think of my theory? Bitch? Put your son in his place, Phoenix. Looks like not even you can deny it. This is the worst it gets so far! Okay! Also, what is my word? Croissant. I'm not gonna finish this today, right? Just trying to gauge for time. Just want to make sure. I will not finish it today? Okay, I figured. Oh god, this is still going. Because this isn't even the real trial. Although apparently it is, because Apollo just brought all this shit in here. Oh, I don't even know! Miss Sykes is the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless... you think there was an alternative escape route. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? Was there an alternative? I don't fucking know. Wasn't there a trash route on that side as well? The trash chute. Hold on. Let me fucking check. God, I don't quite have a headache. I definitely have had too much caffeine. I'm just... And the stress of this game is not helping. I want to see the fucking floor plan. We gotta say yeah, sure. Let's fucking say it, yeah. Of course, there must have been. Just don't ask me what. What? You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluffed? No way! He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can... Oh, Polly! Oh, he doesn't want to doubt. He wants to believe in Athena, but everything that he's seen so far, like, leads him to suspect her, but he really doesn't want to. It's just freaking... Oh. My Polly, is that what this is all about? He wants Athena to be proven innocent. He just... Come on, he's just... I want to believe in Athena. I really do, but what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So then once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her.
So that you can really trust me?
Huh. She seems your junior partner showed us what trials are truly all about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant, while we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. And both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Moral of the story! Yippee! That's what law should be, not this dark age bullshit. Precisely. And when the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That is exactly what trials are about. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me, so I decided I needed to face it head on. Aww. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. Aww. That's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Aww. Blind faith without doubt is just apathy. How can you really trust someone if you never doubt what's in their heart and have faith in it to lead you to clear their doubts? Exactly, that's a good point. Yeah. Aww. Yeah, it's good to, like, not, like, follow, like, unquestioningly people, and they need to continuously prove to you that, you know, they're honest and they're earnest in everything that they do. And, oh, my Polly. I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good. Because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But I've used the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to? Oh, fuck, shh. Like, maybe one guilty defendant. Yeah, like Matt on guard. Oh, fuck. So... I don't fucking know. What about the trash chute? We didn't find anything at the bottom of the trash chute, so I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't think this is it. Oh, they really could have escaped through the corridor to the Space Museum. All I had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbucks Prince to get through the door. It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? Hello, Yaksha, welcome. I've played the first trilogy and the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I am a big fan of Ace Attorney. I'm really enjoying this so far. I'm really enjoying these games as well. But yeah, how's it going? How are you doing? I'm stressed right now, though. The culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum. And I guess it's true, the only exit would have been in a boarding lounge 2. Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. Used to play it on the DS. Nice! That's so cool. I played all of them on Steam so far, and I'm definitely gonna play Investigations once it's ported as well. Very excited for that. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly, but the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. So that leaves us with no other conclusion to draw but that Athena Sykes was the culprit. What if the fucking room was connected to the control room? I don't know. I do have my curse of the Apollo's Arc in this game, but overall I can get behind what they're going for. It's just fusion with the execution, but that's just how. Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah. Hold on a second. What if? Fucking launch site? Yeah, the fucking leaves. Didn't Yuri Cosmos specifically say something about leaves? I thought that phrasing, the fact that he would say like even a leaf would be undetected or whatever, he said something about crumpled up leaves, and that stuck with me. Watch this video, I see it, that explained in a nice way. I enjoyed Apollo's journey through this game. I'm gonna have to do some more like insight into it afterwards, like, and once I get like my thoughts like more in process and everything. Like, oh, Polly! What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? Is it the trash? No. I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into boarding lounge 2. Oh. Launch Pad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time. So did he just fucking jump out? But this is exactly an alternate escape route. The trash chute? Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Why are you smirking there? Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides boarding lounge 2? Oh, outside? Just jumped outside several stories up. I don't know. I don't know. When the thing is rotating, surely for safety reasons, there would be a door that's like closed, right? The launch site? Which way did they rotate? Which way did it circle? I don't remember if it circled around this way or this way. God damn. I don't remember. Let's say it went to the launch site. We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon, namely a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Ah! Yep, while the Space Museum was in motion just beyond the corridor safety door was an alternate place the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was on a launch site. The area outside the Space Center. You're freaking insane! Jesus, Judge! Judge just jumped several stories. Do you know how impossible that would be? That corridor is level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap outside... It's the mat theory! Black Quill's faint mat is back! They jumped out of a mysterious mat from the fucking the warehouse! Before doing the murder, they planted a mat so they could jump out exactly when it went through the launch pad area, and then they jumped. Thank you, Black Quill, for your amazing theory. They were both dead! Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? Fucking, spacesuit? Oh!
Take that!
An emergency ladder. There was an emergency ladder on the 4th floor robotics lab, and was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackquill herself used that ladder to escape down to ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. We just fucking jumped to the ladder, like Assassin's Creed or whatever. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads are being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. I wish they made it clearer. Probably was using Kristoff's tactics. Honestly, that would have been really cool too, yeah. And suspicious of Athena, and that Phoenix himself is a big reason. Halsey's trust issues as well as Kristoff. Yeah, Phoenix lined him and giving him forged evidence as well. That really affected him. Yeah. Like, he's got old doubts about not just the legal system, but the people he works with too. Yeah. It would have been nice if they went a little bit more like in depth to that. That would have been really cool to see. Oh, my poor boy. He just has to believe in the people he works with. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined? Order in the court! Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Oh my god. Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes that it puts Swiss cheese to shame. Damn! Damn! That is a burn! I like his little antenna flop, same. It's so silly. I love Apollo. I just want to squish him. Alright, then. Name one. Name a hole. You, Phoenix. I'm sorry. I mean, I've not forgotten the bottom incident from the first game, Phoenix. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. You got a running start. 20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place. An unstable ladder. Irk. Human beings feel fear and dangers. If it's the same person, no emotions, baby. Phantom should be in the Olympics, literally. We don't have the Phantom in the... You don't. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping, but not the Phantom, bitch. Or you'd freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? Because they're silly, and they want to feel alive. They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to boarding lounge 2.
Objection!
But because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2, the culprit knew they would be recorded if they left Space Museum that way.
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down, and then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened. That's a good point. But you claim that despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap, and all in the brief moment the corridor and ladder passed by each other. That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If the timing was off or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something? The fucking Phantom. Do you have goldfish memory, Miles Edgeworth? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit, boys, is nothing but a figment of your imagination. I'm surprised you didn't say the word phantom because... Why do you always have to point out every flaw? It's his way of saying that he loves you. He wants to be better. Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The couple would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear on some level. Unless... Brain Phoenix! I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternative escape route. Oh, can you now? That's so fucking petty. Oh, there we go.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? There's also need to be a lot of, like, physical strength and everything, and I guess if they are a spy, they're, like, trained and all that. Edgeworth, I thought you were bae. Turns out you're just fam. This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Ooh, doesn't feel fear. Right. You can't be serious. I mean, haven't we been operating on the theory that these two crimes are perpetrated by the same people? I mean, we've kind of had that in our heads the whole time. Without the constraint of fear. He could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. The phantom theme. Yeah, Polly's just a personal character to me. I too am a short person surviving assassin lingering trust issues. Aww. But yeah, I love Polly. I think he might actually be one of my favorite characters in the series, and I feel like once I, like, have more time to, like, sit with him and think about him after playing all of these games, that might increase. He's the realest bitch in the whole place, indeed. Aw. Oh, this subject could have jumped and flew, yeah! He chose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance they'd be spotted? That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. Was there such a person there at the scene? Yes. The Phantom, mysterious shadowy figure who keeps popping up. Oh dear! The Phantom! Again! I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes at the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center but killed Mr. Terran. Damn. Ah! There's like a map had said FNAF 4 wasn't from the Bite of 87's victims POV because the science didn't work out like that. Okay, I am intimidated by FNAF lore. I've never played any FNAF games. I don't do well with jump scares. I feel like people have tried to explain the Bite of 87 to me multiple times, but there's just too much that goes into it. Somebody was bitten in the year 1987. That's what I've gathered, and I don't know. There was also a Bite of 89 or something. I don't know. It intimidates me. There's so much. Mr. Wright, please continue. There's too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. Oh my god, not the operatic chanting. Oh my god. Why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents are the work of the same person. Like a 1-minute TikTok explaining it from memory. Oh god. Oh god. Only if in return I can make a whole TikTok explaining troll romance from Homestuck. Which is another whole subject. I can make a whole PowerPoint on troll romance. I'd hide comments and hype myself out to watch FNAF Let's Plays first. No one knows the lore at this point. Okay, I feel a little better now. I will welcome it. Okay. Okay, so you know the 4 playing card suits, you know, hearts, there's 4 quadrants. Troll Mantlets has 4 quadrants. There's the heart, which is the flushed quadrant, or what's it? There's 4 quadrants and they're divided into 2 categories, both horizontally and vertically. The red ones, the heart and the diamond, flushed and, what's it called? Fucking, the fucking, I forget, pale feelings, we'll say. They're the positive emotions, and then the calignous and ashen feelings, those are the negative emotions with the spade and the club. And the heart and the spade are more like romantic and sexual feelings, whereas the spade and the club are like platonic feelings that usually have to deal with like social like mediation and like maintaining of order. And so I could go into more detail right now. That's what I remember offhand, and there's more details as well. And quadrants could flip too. People can switch between the heart and the spade, or the spades could bring somebody in and become like the action, because the action is 3 people actually, 2 people in an argument, and then 1 mediator. And there's just... I should stop. I should stop. I could go into way more detail. Anyways, this phantom is the one who killed Clay. Now, who is he? This phantom is haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. I don't know, Homestuck went crazy like that, you know, megalovania, and people dyeing their skin in the bathtub, yeah, oh god. Vrisk, that's a whole thing too, Vriska! But yeah, oh, and there's also, I'm not gonna say anymore. I could. Right. This escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start, as was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the 2nd floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Benny and the Ink Machine was the first horror game I really watched through. Oh, I've not heard of that. What's that about? I have not heard of that. Is it actually a horrifying game? I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. It was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder, but he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used. That's right. Hold on. Let me frickin' the evacuation plans. Wait a minute. In justice we trust, baby! Are you fucking serious? Someone who led the evacuation effort. If Simon said he wanted to draw out the fucking spy. And is this what did he fucking suspect this whole time? And that's why he kept him on such a tight leash and just the fucking You're fucking kidding. Was Blackwell lower the ladder after being told by the detective leading the fucking... You're shitting my dick. Remember the stop, cross... This whole justice persona is just bullshit. You know, he's cosplaying as a detective, he's cosplaying as a superhero. This actually broke me, oh no! Not my silly little Fulbright. I wonder if Simon suspected because of the fucking, again. He said he wanted to draw out the spy. I was kind of thinking, like, Bobby's been connected to him since he kind of started working again. That's kind of interesting. That can't be a coincidence, right? Browse? Wait, browse? Huh? Oh, is that a fucking... After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, I'm scared. I'm honestly very scared to see him, like, snap. I'm actually very scared. I'm truly terrified. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Damn. His objective was to secure his own escape route. He lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. This is definitely not my Aura Blackquill voice. Oh, it's a lot of heart up in here. This is a detective you all know, and I'm turning in a lot of heart as well. Everybody in this courtroom, it's oops, all lotta. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he's without emotion. He's not the real Justice Boy. Our real Justice Boy is standing here all along. Hi. Why was Phoenix on the prosecutor's side, Edgeworth on the defense side? No, it's the same as always, I believe. I think it's the same. And the chamber's broken. It was bombed. The chamber was bombed. Anyways. Are you saying? You mean the Phantom's Detective Bobby Fulbright? Bobbert! No! We're all taken in by his persona! Oh my god, he even said the word persona! Persona mentioned! No way! Oh my god, wait! And he's a Phantom! And this is game 5! This is literally Persona 5! Because we got 5, Phantom Thief, Personas! No way! And he's a detective! He's a detective too! Oh! No way! Ah! It's all coming together, baby! It's all coming together! Oh! Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom! No way! Order in the court! What would Edgeworth's palace be? Ooh. An elevator? No. Oh my god, Lightning Storm, yes, last surprise! Let's go, baby! What's a good Persona song to play? How could this be? Oh no! I know, I'm sorry. I tried to think of... I mean, it's the location most associated with trauma for him, right? Oh, brother. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. Behind the mask, or... Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have another ladder to put to use. And if he's been trained, he could do a Bobby leap, a Justice leap across the thing into the ladder. We had Shadow side, now he gets Shadow Edgeworth. Oh man. I mean, Edgeworth is like the shadow to Phoenix's Sonic, so that also works. No way! Aha! The ladder their body slabs, the other their ladders to be lowered. Yeah. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Sonic reference, no way! He's also named Miles, so he's not just Shadow, he's Miles Tails per hour as well. Miles. I have seen a Venn diagram of like Miles Tails, Miles Edgeworth, and Miles Morales. And it's like Venn diagrams of them overlapping, and the center is just Miles. It's all part of his plan to create an escape route. Why did I keep describing Tails by his full government name? Miles Tails Prower. Detective Formight saw to it that the ladder was low from the robotics lab. And the friggin' Wow, today we have learned that Bobby Fulbright hates lesbians because... Why would he do this to them? Why? Wow. I know it's no longer Pride Month, Bobby, but still, why? Come on. Clay Terran escaped in the Space Museum. Museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start, and did a Justice Leap! Murder person looks like Spike Spiegel. Wait, oh, the murdered person? Aw, Clay? I can kind of see it. I still need to watch Cowboy Bebop. That's on my watch list as well. Also, why is his age 23 even though he's dead? But her age is deceased, even though she's dead. And she's deceased as well. I don't know. I don't believe it. That adult-pated detective did all that. Was it really him? Plot reasons? Fair. Yeah. Hi, White Cat, how are you doing? Bobby homophobic killing Clay and Menace. Bobby, why? Sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name, I'm Bobbert Fulbright. The heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever— Running and leaping? No way, it was foreshadowed there when he said the word running. What happens to Apollo? Oh, his best friend was murdered. He was injured in the courtroom bombing, and then the next day he was clobbered over the head, and then he went on his own investigation and briefly suspected Athena of being the murderer. So he's been through a lot this past week. My catchphrase is "In justice we trust." No! We're reclaiming that for Apollo, because we trust in Apollo justice. Edgeworth's gonna cut your salary, yes. Apollo has been through it. Oh my god, oh no, White Cat, if you're a case behind me, please look away. This is big spoilers. Oh my god, White Cat, I'm so sorry. But yeah, we're on the last case of Dual Destiny, so big spoiler territory here. Apollo dresses like he belongs in a Persona game. Aw, he always wears that nice little, the little red suit. Red suit. Oh shit. There he is.
Then his concern for Simon was also just one big act?
Damn. What a shame. I bet he loved zapping him, huh? I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackquill and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give into his emotions and tear the defendant apart. But Phoenix had the Magatama, or did the Magatama just not activate because plot reasons? Well, that's not necessarily hiding. They had to get Apollo out of here. I see. They had to get Apollo out of this investigation because his bracelet would start acting the hell up. And they had to be like, no, Apollo would be, you know, make it too easy for him to suspect you. We need him out of here. I see what you're doing, game. Yeah, why would you electrocute somebody you cared about, man? Yeah, you already know how it ends. Oh no, well that's okay then, I guess. But I hope you're doing it. I hope you're enjoying it, because I am. That monster killed Clay? He had me completely fooled. You were the real fool, right? Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained lighter to court too. That scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it, how the hell would I fall for all that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Your Honor, defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. Or did he only ever interfere when Simon broke his shackles but then never actually do anything to stop that issue? Yeah, you know what, fair, yeah. He just didn't give a shit. Oh my god, short recess. I should stop, but I feel like I can't. I don't know how much longer this is. I can't stop. I feel like I can't stop here. What the hell? I'm losing my goddamn mind. It's 5:13 p.m. It has been a long-ass day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I
Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight.
You got it, boss.
Aww, he looks like a pathetic wet cat. Aww. It's okay, Apollo. I gave you a little head pat. Come here, let me give you a hug. This final trial after the recess? Okay. I'm guessing it's gonna be quite a while. Damn, I don't want to stop, but I am very caffeinated. Could I... Approximately how long is there left in this case? In y'all's opinion? I was making Simon seem like a threat is full bright. Stop, you're so right.
Simon wouldn't hurt to fly. He's just, yeah.
Man. Ah! But yeah, if we're almost done, like a lot, okay, then maybe we'll finish it tomorrow. I mean, I'm definitely like fully caffeinated. I'm going insane. But I don't want to like... My parents are going to be going to bed soon, and I don't want to startle them with my yelling. I've probably startled them enough. So, yeah. There's always more. True. True! Apollo looked like I found this wet cat in the dumpster, so I gave him some food. Exactly! Aww.
Apollo!
Aww. Ugh. Oh, this is awkward. Phoenix, come on. They're your employees. Come on, you gotta mediate here, buddy. Athena, can you do me a favor?
Huh? What is it?
Remember the scream incident? Oh yeah, I did scream for quite a while yesterday at when a certain somebody's chessboard appeared. Could you punch me? Apollo, I get it, but like, you're already very injured, buddy boy.
What? Why should I do that?
Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. Hey, no, it's totally reasonable. Like, it's totally fair and reasonable to feel that way. I'm really sorry. Oh!
Don't be such a dope. I was really touched by what you did.
Man. Huh? Now, what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? Mm-hmm. Aw, yeah. You don't want to just have blind faith in somebody. They need to prove that they're trustworthy. Yeah.
You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo?
You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Damn. Drama CD? I will have to listen to that. Thanks, Athena. Thanks for waking me up to reality again. Aww. Guess I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you. Mm-hmm. These are my kids. These are our kids now. Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. They're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Aura Blackquill has surrendered and the hostages have been set free. Trucy and all the others, oh, thank goodness! Miss Blackquill said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. Literally sing Guilty Love together. Ah! Oh my god, that's insane. Was Apollo, like, bribed or blackmailed into it? Because, yeah.
Or is he doing it because he loves Clavier and just like, alright, I'll do it for you, babe.
Miss Blackquill. I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions have allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you.
Miss Aura.
She better not be here to complain about that something. Clavier's one of my faves. He's great. I really enjoy him. Miss Blackquill, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Yes, it's true the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me.
Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again?
No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. you're valid for that, Aura. Don't trust the system. Just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis' killer down. Leave it to us. We'll get him. Edward is still number 1. Valid. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us at least.
Hey!
Aura. Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful. I never imagined you would go that far. Though you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help. As closed as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. Damn. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty. Damn! He's so dashing and fascinating. Yeah, he's so interesting. He's got such a big heart. Literally taking the fall for a murder he didn't commit. Just, Athena's like his little sister. Oh. You know me all too well. You can 10 dates of me just telling him FNAF lore. Openly flirting with the defense through the whole trial. Look at my lawyer, dog. I'm going to jail. Literally. I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. Aww. Now you have to plan for the future. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Aww. Simon. Aww. She cares. I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Aura. All right. That's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. Then it's seeing Apollo's hair for the first time. Oh, hell no, I'm going to jail. Look at the top of his head! His hair's so stupid. Adela Blackwell was willing to die just to protect Athena, even after what he saw, and their stories are my favorite parts of Dual Destinies. Oh, are they the two referenced in the duel? It is about their destinies and their fates kind of like being changed at the end of the game. Is it their destinies that are the duels in question? What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable, but it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. Aww.
I still can't wrap my head around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom.
I can't believe he killed Clay! Right. And murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. The fact that he's more worried about Athena than about himself in that case. Simon, you're such a sweetheart. Chief Prosecutor. What do you, say what you want, but don't insult my mentor like this. If he thinks so little, he's always putting other people before himself. Yes. I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? Time to get Fulbright out of here. I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. Damn. That was my plan all along. After all, it's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. I have 3 Kings of Phoenix, right? Edgeworth and Clavier. Oh my god, that's so cool! I feel like the title can apply to multiple people. Simon and Athena, Phoenix and Apollo, Apollo and Athena, Phoenix and Blackwell, so it's more like quad destinies. Quad questinies. Quad quests. It could be quad quests. Yuka, Blackwell was saved indeed, Yuka. And also it turns out Mr. Bobbert is the villain. Mr. Bobbert did everything. Yeah, that's what you missed on Glee. Let me buy you an ice cream and tell you that Charlie XCS is Kamala is Brat! Now he can have a hot brat summer, although it's winter in the game, but yeah, Bobbert did everything. I don't know why I keep calling him Bobbert. It's just... Sir. The formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand. Keep doing so, he deserves it at this point. I'm much obliged. Break those chains for real. Oh, boob shot. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you— Oh! And they're not even broken, they're just actually unlocked. He's free! My boy is free! Can I get, Francisca's? The vendor ran out! Oh no, that sucks. I'm so sorry. I love Francie. How long have I waited? Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher, light, brighter. Aw. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. No, please don't do a murder for real this time, buddy. I mean, valid, but I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. Aw.
Aww. I'm so glad. But I won't cry just yet. After all, we still got a trial to finish.
And a lawyer only cries when it's all over. That's what Diego used to say, and then Mia said it, and then Phoenix said it, or at least he took that to heart. The eyes were literally tear stains? Wait, they are? Anybody else feel like dying right now? It's okay to cry, Athena, I promise. Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me. Ah! You're doing it, buddy! I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo! Ah! Anyone else feel like dying right now? Alright, I'll add that one too. Oh man, she had at least 100 other keychains to finish. That's fair, yeah. Pretty busy. But are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Hey, you're still part of the family, even if you don't fucking know it yet. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Ah! Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Apollo.
Athena, I can say with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. Now we're gonna prove it to the world.
Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So,
Anime!
you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
See
Right.
the light, buddy.
Because I'm fine now.
Yes, sure you are, buddy. Don't just throw out your friend's jacket. And also, are you actually, like, injured? Oh, no, that's just the eye patch, right? Are you actually injured, though? Also, are you gonna get a haircut? Did his hair, like, magically get shorter, too? It did! I fucking... Did he just magically get a haircut? What? Ah! Or do we need to see him from the back? I can't tell. Was the little long hair visible from the back? Or, like... He took off the weights. Yes, Rock Lee moment. Now this is the Apollo I know.
Welcome back, Apollo.
It's almost time for the trial to restart. Well, it looks like you have things well in hand. Yep. Chimmy on. I should head back to the prosecutor's office. Aw, no goodbye kiss.
But why?
Shouldn't his yeah, he should probably be sweaty as hell. Yeah.
Bye, Edgeworth.
I want to look into a few things, namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background. Gotta compartmentalize the trauma for Rao to avenge his friend's death. Oh, sounds great, Edgeworth, thanks. I expect to be repaid with a victory, right? Now, if you'll excuse me. Bye. Do you think he goes to therapy? He should. He needs it. All of these people need it. You two, Phoenix, you need to sign both of them up for therapy immediately. You two all set to go? You bet I am.
Let's do this.
And this is it, the final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. Edgar better pay for Simon's therapy. True, yeah. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today. Justice, haha, very funny. He was summarized as, I'm fine. He was not, in fact, fine. Indeed. You're so right. Alrighty, is this where we should stop for today, do you think? I'm fine! Alrighty, oh, he did get a haircut. Okay. I honestly, I don't want to stream for too much longer. I really shouldn't. I have the energy to, but I also have a bit of a headache. I should probably eat some food. I'm kind of over-caffeinated right now, and yeah, if it's long, we'll continue this tomorrow. We'll finish this tomorrow, and then we have the bonus case too. And then after that, we are done with Dual Destinies. Wahooey! Oh, brother. Bye. Bye, game. All right. They phase need therapy. That's like every game that I play. Everybody needs therapy. Oh, camera. Focus. But thank y'all for being here. I'm losing my mind, and I'm probably gonna log into Final Fantasy XIV after this. Let's be honest. I'm not gonna be able to sleep. Between the game and my excessive coffee consumption this evening, I am jazzed. Rest those vocal cords. Yes, warm up those cords of steel for tomorrow. We're gonna need them. But thank y'all for being here. It's even worth it if they're not all mentally unwell. True. If you're not in my Discord, you can join for schedule updates and all that jazz. More stuff. We'll finish this case tomorrow, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't know if this next section will take the entire stream. We could go into the bonus case too. But yeah, that will be all. Thank you all for being here. Let's see. Let's see. Let's for somebody to raid. I believe Amanda is live with some Persona 5. Okay, let's raid Amanda. We've raided Amanda a few times before. She's playing Persona 5 Royal right now, which is one of my favorite games ever. She's in early November. She's doing the 6th Palace, so she's just starting to get into like spoilery territory if that's like something you're trying to avoid for Persona 5 Royal. But thanks again all for being here. She's very fun, very silly, very fun, silly vibes in stream. But yeah, again, she's in early November, so if you're trying to avoid Persona 5 Royal spoilers, just let you know ahead of time. But thanks again, everybody. Thanks for being here. Have a great rest of your day, nighttime zone. Yeah, RT game Persona 5. I heard the series was good. Oh god, I love Persona 5 so much. Persona is one of my favorite series ever. But anyways, thank you all for being here. Have a good one. Bye.